Hey everyone, welcome back to my channel. Today we are diving into clean architecture in Flutter, focusing on three main layers: data, domain, and presentation. Let's get started. First of all, let's talk about what's clean architecture. It is a way to structure your app that separate concerns and make your code more maintainable and testable. Starting with data layer, this is where to handle all the data sources. Think of APIs, database, and other external data services. Here we are typically using repository to abstract the data source from the rest of the application. Here is an example of how to fetch a data remote source. This is how we are going to fetch it out. By keeping data layer separated, you ensure that in how you fetch data wouldn't affect other part of your application. Next is domain layer. Here is our domain layer. This layer contains like the business logic and application rules. It is independent of any framework, means it can be reused across a different project. There is our use case. Use case means it's like to fetching any kind of URLs. This is where you are implementing code. Okay, and the domain layer is like crucial because like it separates your app logic from our UI, makes it easier to manage and scale. Finally, we have a presentation layer. This is where all UI magic happens in Flutter. This means like your widgets and state management solutions. This is a simple Flutter widget that display user data. Yeah, here is the blog part for login. This is how we are going to implement our blogs for our page. This is how we are going to fetch and build our UI. I think that's all. So the data layer handles like data source, the domain layer manage business logic, and the presentation layer is it's all about UI and the state. This separate of concern help you build like scalable and maintainable app for further application. Here is our UI for login and sign up. Let's test it. It's working. Test at gmail.com. Test 1, 2, 3, 4. Let me check it. Test. Looks like test. Yeah, hide and show is working. Plus, let me try to log in it. What happened? I think the internet is not good. Yeah, it's it's still in login state. I don't know why this thing is happening in our internet. My Wi-Fi is still working. Like, yeah, the internet is still working. Oh, it's logged in. Yeah, the internet is not good. That's why it takes a lot of time. When I try to log out, let me show you. This is our homepage. I didn't implement anything. Yeah, logout is still working. That's how we are going to build it. I'll show you in the next video. Thank you guys. Well. Today we are going to build this beautiful login page using Flutter. Let me show you how it works. This is our login page. Here is our input box. There is two input boxes, and there is a login button. I think I missed like the text color is blue. That's going to be white. We'll fix it later when we are building together. Here is our sign up page. There is the same error for our button because we are going to use some widgets. We are going to fix it. That's how we are going to build this login page. There is a lot of features. If you like each other for a long period of time, we are going to build our CRUD application based on this beautiful login page. Okay, how we are going to build this login page? We are going to use clean architecture, industry standard clean architecture code. What does that mean? We are going to use three kind of layers: domain, data, and presentation layer. What does that mean? The domain layer is going to help us to build the architectural level or the blueprint of the application. Like when we are building the house, the first thing we are going to do is like building the blueprint. Still the same. When you are building an application, the first thing you need to do is like creating that blueprint. After that, we are going to build our data layer. Our data layer help us like to manipulate our data. We are going to fetch some data from our REST API and change into some models, or if you wanna push some data, we are going to change that object into JSON data and push it to the server. That's how we are going to do it. The last one we are going to working on is our presentation layer. Presentation layer is like our UI page, but when we are building our presentation layer, we are going to use block for our state management, because like we are going to use industry standard clean architecture code. We are going to follow that rule. That's how we are going to do it. Okay, let's get back to our code. There is our code when we are running. There is some data. Okay, let's run some program. Okay, inside our lib, let's create those folder structures: data, domain, and presentation. Before that, what we are going to do is future, future. Inside our future, we are going to build like out. Inside out, the first thing we need to build is domain. Inside our domain, there is one another folder. Let's call it entity. Then we are going to create our file entity or login entity dot. Inside this file, let's create our entity. Let's create a class and let's name it login entity, and we are going to extend our eq eq. Oh, if you want to use our eq function, let's install some package. Equitable Flutter. You need to install this package. We're going to install it. And copy paste this thing. I know it's not going to be the nice way to install some package using like this. Our final is going to be a string of email and password. We are going to initialize those things to build our entity. After that, we need to create a constructor for this page, for this class, or this page. Oh, we need to create a constructor. That's how we are going to create a constructor for this implementation. Note we are going to through unimplemented. We are going to pass our email and password. That's how we are going to implement this thing. Let's call this thing because it shows us that blue thing. What am I missing? There is something. I didn't miss anything. Overall, that's how creating our entity. After creating our entity, we need to create another thing, repository. Repository. Okay, let's call it out repository. Dart. Before creating our repository, we just miss one thing in our entity. Let me give you like the whole description about this login entity. Login entity means like that thing is when we are creating like how am I going to explain this thing? You need to push some data that is coming from our body. That thing is our email and our password. What happens when we are pushing or sending this email and password? What we are going to expect? We are going to expect some data to verify if this email or password is verified or wrong password. I have no idea. If it is going to be successful, it's going to be sending some data. For that thing, let's call it out 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 info. So that at this time you are going to do the same thing like login entity, but we are going to change something. At this time we are going to accept some token when we are pushing our email and password. If that thing is verified or success state, we are going to the server is going to return us some token. To build that, out info is going to extend equitable, we are going to do same thing. Final string token. For this token, we are going to create some constructor. Let me write it at this time by manual. But the next time we are going to use an authentication required this token. That's how we are going to build constructor, and we are going to override this thing. But at this time we are not going to show an implemented error. We are going to show or return a token. That's how we are going to build it. What am I missing? Let's come to this thing. Um, and we miss it. There is semicolon. If you want to rewrite this thing in manually, that's how we are going to do. It means like we are going to send login entity and we are going to accept out info. In our repository, how we are going to do it, we need to do something. We need to connect it from our use case. Let's create an abstract class and name it an out repository. Then we are going to create future value. Our future is going to be either it's going to need some package called Darters. Let's install this package. Either failure or let's rename this thing into identity. So it's going to be create complete for our sign up out entity. What the heck? Entity. Uh-uh. Either fair or our entity. Our failure is not created, but we are going to create it in the future. I'll show you how to create it. Let's log in it. When we are logging it, we are going to pass our login entity. Login entity log and entity. The, the only thing we didn't create is our failure. To create our failure, let's create a core value. Core, core, and failure, failure dot. How we are going to create a failure. Let me show you. Let's create an abstract class. Name failure. And we are going to extend with equity over const failure. This is going to be conclusion and let's override it. Over it's going to be props and we are going to return an empty thing. For that, like we can create any kind of failure depending on this thing. And it's not nullable. Okay, the first thing is going to be server failure x allow server failure extend this. Sorry, I got a flu. We are going to extend this failure. That's it. The first thing we need to do, and you can call this failure anytime. So we are going to build our repository. The last thing we need to do is build our use case. This is the last thing we are going to build in our domain layer or our blueprint. Okay, inside domain there is something else. Use case slash out or log in use case dot. We are going to build our use case. To build the use case, login use case, and we are going to extend. At this time, we are not going to extend with equitable. We are going to extend with our use case. Let's create our use cases. Use case dot use case dot inside this thing abstract class. Let's create use case and it's going to accept some types and params. Parameters our future value is going to be either failure or this type, and we are going to call this parameter like our repositories. That's how we are going to build our use case, and we are going to extend those use cases. It's going to import automatically, and we are going to pass two parameters that thing is allowed. The first thing is type. For our type is going to be authenticity because that thing is going to be returned after when we are pushing those login entities, and what we are going to push those login entity. Means like our login entity is going to be our parameter, and this thing is our type. That's how we are going to do it. Then let's call it our repository, and let's create some constructor for this out repository. Again, the use case is going to require out repository is dot out repository. After that, we are going to override it with params. I think kind of add like this one, but we don't need an implemented error. We are going to implement something for this one. What we are going to do, if you pass this parameter, then you are going to accept our entity. How we are going to do it, let's call it, we are going to return out repository dot login is params, but everything is like synchronous. For this thing, we are going to use async, and when we are returning, we are going to use await. Oh, we are going to await this repository because it's synchronous. We are going to wait a little bit time to load it. Overall, like that's how we are going to build our domain layer. The next time I'm going to show you how to build a data layer. Then the presentation layer. That's all we are going to do it. Thank you. You build this thing. And it's a little bit difficult when you are trying to compare to the domain layer, but it's not that much complicated. I'll explain it everything clearly. Let's create our data layer. Inside our data layer, the first thing we need to build is our model and login model. Let's create our login model, that login model file, and let's create a class. Login model is going to extend login entity. Inside this, we need to build a constructor for our login model, and it's going to be super required super.email and required super.password. That's how we are going to build a constructor for our model. After that, we need to create a factory. This factory is going to help us change into our object into JSON data. That's how we are going to push to the server perfectly. Login model is going to be login model dot from JSON, going to map of string or dynamic and after that we are going to return our login model. This thing is going to be JSON data or email, and it's going to be password. Yeah, after that what we are going to do it, Why we got the red line? Oh, let me JSON. Yeah. After that, we need to map it out. String or dynamic to JSON, and we're going to return our email. Email is gonna be email, and password is going to be password. That's how we are going to build our model. But when we are building a model, that's not enough. We need to create another model for our out model. We are going to do the same thing. Let's create a class for out model, and it's going to be extend out entity. And we are going to build a constructor for out model. Going to be super dot token. That's how we are going to access it. Then we are going to build factor. Our factor is gonna be out model dot from JSON map of string or dynamic, and we are going to return out model. That's how we are going to do it. I think I missed there is something JSON. We need to change it to change from JSON into our object. That's all we need. When we are building a login model, we are going to change into JSON, and we are going to change, yeah, we are going to accept some model and change it to JSON data. That's how we are going to map it out. But at this time, we are just accept it a request from the server. But we are going to say we are not going to push data in out model. Okay. After that, we need to create another thing, data source. Data source. Okay, out remote.dart abstract class out remote is going to be tech future, and out entity login login model login model. At this time, when we are pressing the login button, we are going to pass this login model, and we are going to accept out entity. That's how we are going to do the abstraction. Then we are going to class. We are going to implement this out remote. Class out remote implementation. It's going to be extend of remote, and we are going to create an override. Yeah, we are going to accept this thing, and we are going to pass. Why should passing like object? We don't pass an object. This time we are going to pass. Going to be out model, I think, like that. No, out model. It's not going to be out model. Login model. It's going to be pass a login model and accept identity. Yeah, the only thing I just miss is implementation. Let's implement this thing. Okay. If you wanna use like HTTP, let's call it out final final HTTP. We need to install HTTP. HTTP. Okay. Then we need to build the constructor out remote implementation. We require this client. That's how we are going to build the constructor. And the only thing we just need is implementation. Of course, we are going to use data remote source. Most of the time, not just most of the time, all of the time it's going to be asynchronous because we are going to fetch some data from our REST API. Okay, I'm going to show you how to implement this thing. Final http.response. It's going to be response with client dot post. When you are logging it, like we are going to post some data and we are going to accept it. We need to push it out. For post functionality, we are going to accept a lot of things. The first thing is URI.parish. URI.parish. Inside this parish, there is some URL. After that, we need to pass our body because we are going to post it. Our URI is going to be our URL to post our data. Our body is going to be our email and password to fetch those things. Of course, we are building the model JSON encode string login model dot login module, login module. Where is module? Yeah, go to JSON. Then we need headers. For our header, most of the time it's kind of constant. Content type, and application. Application JSON. That's going to be enough for our header. Okay, we are going to post this response. We are going to post those things. Let's ask a question. If response dot status code is gonna be 200, 100 means success. If it is successfully post to this thing, what we are going to expect it. We're going to accept final response. Body is gonna be JSON decode response dot body. That's how we are going to accept it. That response body is going to be our token, and we are going to return out module. Out module is gonna be dot from JSON, because not going to be data, it's going to be response body. If it is successful, we are going to return our token and change it to a response body. Now it's going to be changed into an object. Then what we are going to do it. If it's not successful, what happens when it's not successful? We are going to throw something else. Throw, there is create, we just create something server failure. Okay, server failure. That's how we are going to return an error. That's how we are going to build our login. But we are going to change this thing into our dog API. I will show you after building the whole UI page. To test it out, we are going to change this thing. The next thing we are going to do it is we need to implement our repository. Our repository is going to be out repo dot, because there is two repositories. The first repository is going to be in our domain layer. This one is not like that. Okay, let's create class. Now out repo is going to be implement out repository, and we need to create an override. Before that, let's create our out remote. Gonna be out remote, and let's create a constructor for this one. required this dot remote. Then we need to create a implementation for our out repository. Let's erase this unimplemented thing. And what we are going to do is if you need to log in, we need to call our data source because it's going to fetch some data from. It's not just fetching data, we are going to post some data and accept some JSON value and change into an object. That's how we are going to do it. Okay, let's try something. Final login module. Final login module. Login entity dot email. The same thing. Login entity dot password. Okay, if you try restore our login module in here, what we are going to do is final identity is gonna be we are going to log in with login module. I think it's going to be result, not going to be out module. Right, it's going to be was on server failure. Patch is, and we are going to return left. Our left is going to be server failure. Server failure is going to be function. What happened to this one? It should work. I misspell it, just spelling error. I think that's how we are going to build our repository, and that's all of it for our data. There's the data remote source, there's the module for our login and out module entity, and there is repository. The next thing we need to do is we're going to build block injection, and we are going to build our UI in the next video. Thank you for watching us. If you are not subscribing this video, you should subscribe it if you like it. That's all I'm going to say it for you. Thank you for watching this video. Bye bye. Hey. Previously we are building our data layer and domain layer. At this time we are going to build, but it's going to be block for state management and injection container, and then just a little bit UI. But at this video we are not going to focus on building UIs. Okay, let's start building our presentation layer. Presentation. Inside our presentation there's a lot of things. It's going to be page, page. So that there is a page. Before we are building an our page, what we need to do is okay. Let's connect with our main scaffold. OV column. Text. Our page, and I just need to be center. Wrap with center. Just a simple page. Let's connect this thing with our main. To do that, let's remove our column, and it's gonna be out page. That's always what we are going to do it. Oh, we didn't run this program. Let's run it. Let's create block inside our presentation layer. Let's call it out. It's already created inside block. There is out block, out event, out state. We are going to start building with out state. The first state is going to be out initial, but we are going to build another state. Final class going to be login success. Going to extend out state, but at this time it's going to return something. If you are successfully logged in, what we are going to return final is going, if we are logged in successfully, we are going to return out entity. And let's build a constructor for this out entity. how to build the constructor login success. It's going to require this out entity. That's how we are going to build the constructor. It's going to be const to remove that error, and we need to override it. It's going to be prop, and we are going to return this out entity. That's how we are going to do it. If we are successfully logged in, we are going to return out entity. It means like we are going to return that token. What happened if we got error? It means if you are not successfully logged in, or if you got an authentication error, let's create a class for that. Out error is going to extend out state like the previous one where we are building login success state. But at this time, if you are not successfully logged in, we are going to send some error message. Final string is going to be message, and let's build a constructor. Out error is going to be require this message. Then we are going to return those things. To do that, let's override it with prop, and let's return this message, and it's going to be const. It's going to be constant. That's how we are going to implement our state. The next thing we need to implement is our event. It is simple. It's not that much complicated to build event. Let's create class for login event, and it's going to be extend out event. What happened when we are in login event? It means it's look like in transition. It's going to be in transition. What happened when you press the login button? It's going to be the same as our state. It's going to accept login entity. We need to construct. Where is login event? We need to build a constructor for this one. Required this login entity. Of course, it's going to be const. Const. Unlike the out state, we are not going to return anything. If you are watching this video, when we are building the out state, we are going to override it. When we are building an event, you don't do anything like this. That's all. If you like to build a login state, the last thing we need to build is our block. How we are going to build our block. It's just a little bit complicated, but if you are following correctly, we are going to get make sense. Final login use case. If you are calling, like when you are building the UI, you are going to call this block. Okay, if you are calling this block, the first thing we are going to initialize is our domain name. That's why we are going to start building from our domain layer. That's all. There is nothing else to get complicated. Then we need to build a constructor, but this time already it's just started. House block required this dot login use case, and we are going to super initialized with an event like this. Then let's implement it. On login event, what's going to happen? We need to create a function to simplify like our code, because it's going to be, should be readable. Event, this thing is not created, but we are going to create it. Future void on login event. What's going to happen is in our login event we are going to pass login event is going to be event like this. The first thing we need to pass is our event, and we need to pass our emitter. For emitter we are going to emit. How to spell emit? Emitter out state and it's going to emit. It's going to be asynchronous. That's how we're going to build our function. Then we need to implement it. The first thing we need to implement is, oh, I just missed one thing. We need to create loading state. Loading state is going to be mpt final class loading is going to extend out state, but it's not going to accept anything, or it's not going to return anything. What happens when it is loading state? When it's loading, I think it's going to be circular indicator. Okay, we are going to build those things in the future. There is two things when we press the login button. Of course, there is only two things. The first thing is success, the next thing is failure. Let's create final failure or success. It's going to be our wait, and when we are calling the login, and we are going to pass our events dot login. When you are pass our login entity, what's going to happen? There is two things going to be happen, either fail or success. Fail or success dot fault. The left means when it is a failure. For failure, what we need to do is, okay, our failure is going to be failure. Let's create something checking for our failure. When it's going to fail, we are going to emit out error, and we are going to pass some messages. I think our message is going to be string. That's all we need. What happens where if it is success? If we succeed, what we are going to do for our success? Okay, of course we are going to emit it. We are going to emit login success state, login success, and our it's going to be success. That's all we need to build our login block. Okay, after that, what we are going to do it? We need to do connect this thing into our main, and let's initialize our injection. Okay, this one is like a little bit complicated, but you guys going to understand my idea on the way. Let's just build one injection and connect it to our main injection container. Injection container dot inside our injection. Let's create final service locator. It's going to be get it dot instance, or it's not recognize get it function. Let's install our get it. Okay, then like let's initialize this thing. If you got the instance future, our future is going to be void, and we are going to initialize it. Async. This one is for core. Anything we need to initialize use case. Okay. Data source repository. Block. I think that's all. We need to initialize it. Okay. I think there is, let's start with our repository. Register lazy singleton. Okay. The first thing, what is our repository? Okay. Out repository. For this thing, did I miss something? Yeah, I miss it. Out repo. This is our implementation. Inside this there is out remote sl dot, just sl, that's the whole function. There is only one remote data source for our repository. Okay, let's initialize our data source. For our data source, how we are going to do it, sl dot register singleton. The same thing we need to do is what we are going to do, out remote. Inside here it's going to be out remote implementation. There is client, it's going to be sl. That's enough for our data source. What about use case? Okay, let's initialize our block. For our block, sl dot register factory. What we are going to call it, going to be post article. No, it's not going to be for our use case sl dot register singleton lazy. Login use case. Auto repository is going to be sl. That's for our use cases. Login, the last one is going to be our block. Where is our block? Is that going to be our login event? What is the name of the function? Out block. Out block login use case. Think it's going to be out block. SL. That's how we are going to build our injection. Then we need to try connect with our main. If it's working, that's perfect. Otherwise, we are going to fix some errors. Let's initialize our wait dot. I think I missed something. Wait the I dot in it, and let's call our injection. Okay, let's call it as di. Let's change to di, and it's going to be asynchronous. That's how we are going to initialize it. Then we need to build a constructor provider, not constructor. It's going to be provider for our block. When we are returning inside our home, I think there is our body. Our body is going to be it is. Let's fix something. Yeah, I'm going to build the block provider. And I don't need this thing. Okay. Okay, let's try to block provider. Going to be out block. My block provider is not working for me. I always struggle with consuming block. Can I remove this? Wrap remove? There is no wrap remove. Okay. Inside screen util initialized. There is something inside here. There is design size, canopy costs 390 and 8044, and the last thing builder is going to be build block provider, multi block provider. I can't. I call it block. Okay, let's install block. Turn. Okay, this thing is going to be out block, and we need to remove this one. We just need one block. The next time we are going to do it, we are going to add multi providers the next time. Okay, out block is going to be I think we can do like this. In we are going to do it like this. Block provider context, provide block provider. Going to be out block, and we are going to create context ei dot sl. That's how we're going to call our out block. I think we don't need anything else. Container in child. We need to return this thing. Did we get error? Let's restart it. we got errors. Then the following assertion Schofield dot. Okay, let's install some observer. It's going to be confusing when you are working with block. I don't want to rewrite this thing. Block observer to dart. Let's paste this thing. If you wanna rewrite it, I think you can see it. Then let's add our block observer in here. Then block observer is going to be block dot observe simple block observer. What's the problem? Okay, let's fix this problem for the next video. I don't want to spend your time with this. Well. At this time, we are going to build our UI. Last time we got this error. That's why we are stuck in here. And we are going to fix this problem, and we try to consume our block. Previously, we are built our block perfectly. After that, like, we are going to fix some little errors. That's what we are going to do. Our problem is like our directional widget is not perfect tree. We are going to fix that problem. To do that, let's move to our main and let's remove our text, and we are going to wrap with material app. Material app. Inside material app, let's create our home, and inside our home, let's check it with just random text. Let's save it and restart it. If it's work, we are going to transfer it into our out page. Okay, it's work. Then our home is going to be out page. That's what we need to do it. What happened to this one? Declare is going to be null. Why this thing is going to be null? Let me check my out page. Just column and text. Okay. No constructor declare in this class. This thing is not working. Should work. Okay. if text is working, like our home is going to be out page. Yeah, it's work. I just forget a minor error. Then let's fix our out page. Our out page is going to be what we are going to do inside our page. Like I said previously, let's build like the upper part, this logo, and there is a component. Inside a component, we are going to create a row, and inside a row, there is two buttons. If you are pressing the login button, we are going to show some container. Same thing for sign up. That's what we are going to do. I'll show you how to build that kind of stuff. Okay. Um, okay, let's destroy this thing. It's just all about scaffold and not going to be stateless. Let's change this thing into stateful widget. Then after that, yeah, that's all we need to do it. Okay. Yeah, to do those things like there is we need 2 billion, then. Okay. Okay. Let's create our body. Inside our body, let's create a safe area because we don't want to touch our navigation bar. Inside our child, like consume block consumer is going to consume. Where is an out block? And it's going to be out state block consumer need block footer. Okay, let's implement this thing. If our state is login success, it's not going to be login success at this time. It should be like sign up success, but just for convention, let's working with this one. Set state is going to be is login. It's going to be true. This thing is not created. We are going to create it. This login should be create. It's going to be boolean. Is login. It's going to be starting with true. And we are going to create state for that. What the heck? Void toggle login mode is going to be set state, and this login is going to be true. That's how we're going to set our status. And to store our key value or password, let's create form key is going to be global key, and let's create set form. That's how to type. Oh, it's not going to be set form state. That's how we're going to initialize our form key. I'll show you the use of those things. Let me minimize this thing and let's write our code. Okay, inside our boulder it's just an empty container, but at this time we don't need container, we just need column. Inside column we need create children's. Okay, then we are going to create, we're going to create row. Okay, inside our child, oh, it should be scrolled. Then this column is going to be like then okay, single child scroll view is going to take some children. Inside this there is a column going to take children, and inside this column let's create row. This row takes what kind of thing we are going to add in here. We are going to insert some image. Oh, our image is not in here. Let's pick my image. Let me pick my image. Where is it? Just a lot of images. Let me copy paste the whole thing. And for yeah, in our assets there is font and SVG. Let's delete it. Let's paste an asset inside an asset. Yeah, just a lot of picture. Okay, after that we need to tell it. Yeah, I already tell it where the asset is. It's going to be an asset. The CVG is in here. Let's delete this one. We don't need font at this time. Let me copy paste something because I don't want to spend my time writing this thing. I already write it in here. Let's save it. At this time we can call it. Yeah, it's going to be image or SVG. I should write these things. We don't need this thing. That's all we needed. Then we need to write our image. Okay. Image dot set. I miss something when I write it. Image dot asset, and our asset name is going to be Logo. This one is, that's how we are going to add it. Why the image is not here? Okay, let's restart it. Could not update the past device. Oh, there is a font error. There is an always error. Okay, let's forget about our fonts. We just need to add image. Okay, let's restart again. Oh, there is a slash here. It's going to be forward slash. Why the image is not coming? Should come in. No, it didn't show me any error. Plus the image is not here. Okay, let me add width. I think the width and the height is not the problem at this time, but we can add some width. SVG menu. What is an SVG? Here is it. Why this thing is not accessing our file? I have no idea. It's copy relevant paths. Should work at this time. Okay, let's stop it and rerun again. I have no idea why this not is, why they didn't access the picture. Should access it. Okay, height's going to be, fix our height. 54 is going to be logo .h. And then there's a problem if we can't expand our child view inside a column. And what we are going to do is, okay, let's restart it. Bad state. Oh, there is a problem. We need to add client into our injection container. That's our problem. Okay, to add those package, we need to add HTTP. Package HTTP slash as HTTP. That's how we're going to add our client. Then SL dot register lazy singleton. I think that's how we're going to do it. I didn't forget it. Boom. Done. Going to call http dot client. That's how we're going to initialize it. Okay, let's try to restart it again. Yeah, it's working. Work perfectly, but the logo is being at the end of the. It's going to be the starting point. I'm gonna fix that. Okay, our child is called view. Okay, let's expand this thing. Expanded, and our row, to move it, main axis alignment is going to be main axis alignment dot center. It's going to be center of starting point, and yeah, we need to push, and yeah, we need to give space from the upper part. How we are going to do it? Let's create sized box, and it's going to take parameter height is going to be 20h. Yeah, that's perfect. Okay, after that, what we need to do is our row section is going to be ended in here. Then we need to create another thing. What we are going to do is, yeah, we need to build stack. If you know about stack is going to accept two things. There is some files and the position. I'll show you something. Inside stack there is, okay, it's going to take children and contain. Let's create container. Okay, let's give them a color. Okay, let's decode this container. This container is going to be decode this box decoration, and inside our box decoration we need to border radius to create that kind of edge thing. Okay, if you wanna see the edge thing, this is going to be edge. You need to create that border. Okay, border radius. Border radius dot only for top left, radius dot circular, and we are going to give them how to elapse it, and yeah, for top left and top right. And for top right is going to take the same thing, radius circular, and We're going to give them the same thing. But you didn't see the effect. That's why, because like the container also is white color. Let's give them a color. Mm, we are going to give them a color. Here is it. I close it. Where is our box direction? Yeah. Color is going to take up color dot blue. I will show you how to get this color. How am I getting this color? This color is stored in, where is my core file? There is it. There is a lot of colors. I just put it in here. Don't want to rewrite it. I just call it like up colors dot all these names. That's how we are going to access it. But the color is not coming. Why? We need to add some height and width. It's going to be, we are going to do it with is login. If it's login 700. Otherwise, or for otherwise, we are going to use 2 point or 900. If the login is true, it's going to be 700. Otherwise, it's going to be 900. This time, it's going to give us like the color, and there is 2 border radius for top left and top right. Okay, we need to add some padding for pad insect. There is only age insect only for top. Top is going to be 24. Okay. If you got the blue, like we need to add another container upper from this blue layer. That's why we are going to use stack. We are going to duplicate some containers in the layer 4. Okay. Okay. When I close the container, after container, inside a container, we need to create a row. For that, we need to call child. Or am I in here? Yeah. Inside stack, there is a container and child. Why should I call it? Call the children. Oh, inside the children, we can't call. Here is it. Child. Our child is going to be row. For row is going to take children, and we are going to create 2 buttons. We are going to use elevated button. When pressed, you just skip it. And for our child, what we are going to do is For our child is going to be text. That name is going to be log in, and we need to style up a little bit. Yeah, here is it, our login. Okay, let's start edit our elevator button. Call it style, button style. Inside our button style, here is an elevation, material, state, property. There's no material. Okay, let's forget about elevation. And okay, background color is going to be colors dot transparent. My color is going to be transparent. Why material state is not working? Background color, material, state property dot all, and we're going to add colors dot transparent. Yeah, it's working. Okay, if it's transparent, let's change the color of the text. Oh, okay, let's add elevation. Elevation, material, state property dot alt. In our elevation, it's going to be 0.0, or it's going to be 0. Our elevation is working. I have no idea why this underline is in here. Shouldn't be here. Okay. When I press it on press, what we are going to do is we're going to set state. Set state is login through when I press it. Otherwise, there is a sign up page. It's going to be false. And we need to reset our current texts or effects. It's not just text, like we are going to reset our state. We are going to reset it with current form key, current state. It's going to be reset. Yeah, you need to remove it. Okay, it's always starting with true. It means like it's going to start with like the login button. If it likes that, like we can't tell them like it's going to starting with sign up page. We are going to edit our text. Let's style. It's going to accept text style. Okay, let's change our color. Our color is going to change is login. When I press login, app color dots white. Otherwise, when we are pressing another thing or sign up button, is going to be a little bit blur, or we are going to add some opacity. For that, we are going to call up colors dot. Same thing is going to be white, but with opacity. Where is an opacity? Our opacity level is going to be 0.75. That's going to be great for this one. Yeah. Do. Okay. We need to this thing in here. How we are going to do is inside our row there is cross-axis alignment and main axis alignment. Our cross-axis alignment is going to be start, and main axis alignment is going to be center. Yeah, here is it. I don't want to be center, but when we are adding another button, this thing is like move to our left. That's all what we need to do is let's copy paste this thing. First, let's modify it a little bit our styles, not just about color. What we are going to do is font size. Font size is going to be 80. Yeah, that's nice. For our font family, urban bold. Okay. There is an urban bold, but we didn't add in HML. You just need that thing. Our HML font is what is an urban bold. Fonts. Where is my fonts? Main right. Top is regular. Urban regular. Okay. I'm going to use Urban's regular for that thing. Let's close this thing and font family. Our font family is gonna be we need to add urban bold in PubYML. Urban regular. Family is going to be fonts. Going to be for urban bold. Copy relevant path. Okay, save, and we are going to copy paste this thing and put it in here. Yeah, why urban bold is not working? Oh, we need to put it in quotations. Yeah, it's working. It's changed. It's work. After that, what we are going to do? Yeah, we just repeat these things. Copy, and we are going to paste this thing. Our text is going to be sign up, and this thing is going to be false. I think that's all we need to do is and we should change this thing with opacity 0.75 and let's remove in here. We don't need opacity for this one. Here is the login. When I press sign up, oh, it's going to be white. Oh, ooh, is opacity 0.75 and let's remove this thing. Yeah, it's working perfectly. That's what we need to do. If you do this, we need to the last thing to do is let's remove this thing. Okay, that's our row. After our row, there is column. Here is our container. Inside our stack, we need to create another thing is position. We need to position inside positioned. It's going to be container. Inside our container is going to take okay, let's decor our container. Decoration, box decoration, and we need to add some colors for our container. Oh, we don't need to add colors, but it's going to be default color is going to be white. Let's create border radius. Border radius dot yeah, going to be only for our top left. Let me show you what I want to do. I'm going to create like white container, and we are going to add two border radius for top and right left. Border, there is circular border. I think so, yeah. Border dot circular. Oh, it's not border. Radius dot circular, and our radius is going to be like it's going to be the previous one. Is going to be 30 or 25. 25 is going to be great. For top right, radius dot circular is going to be same thing, 25 dot r. If you are decorating, you need to add color. Color is going to be up. Colors dot white. It's not visible. Oh, you need to add some height. If you don't given the height, of course you can't see anything. Where our positioned height is going to be 800 or maximum. That's going to be our height. And for our container, why did I miss something? Did I miss something? If I put in some height, like it should give us a color. Container is going to take do. Okay, let's add some child. If is logged in, we are going to return some container for that. Let's create some widgets. Widgets, login component dot and sign up component dart boom STL going to be sign up container next load. Oh, it's going to be sign up. For login, we are going to do the same thing. We are going to create stateless widgets, and let's create a login component. Container child text is going to be login. Let's get back to our page. If login is true, what we are going to return login component. Otherwise, sign up component. Sign up component. That's what we need to do is okay. Oh, let's fix something. Our position, top going to be 96.8. Left is going to be 0. Right is going to be 0. And yeah, it's working. When I press login, our login page is here, our sign up page is here. That's what we want to build it. Inside our container, we need to add some padding. Age insect dot only for top. Let's give him 32. For left, let's give him 40. For right, let's give him some. It's perfect. Yeah, I think that's all we needed. Our authentication page is finished. The next thing we need to do is we are going to build our login and sign up page. I'll show you for the next video. Thank you for watching this video. I appreciate it. If you like the video, you should subscribe it. Well. Today we are going to build our login component. Previously we are building our data layer and domain layer, plus in presentation layer we are building our block state management, plus of course we are building a little bit UI for our page. Today's task is building login component, and what we are going to learn how to consume block for our state management, and most of the course is building UI. For today, the first thing, we need to change this stateless widget to stateful widget. After that, we need to initialize a lot of things. Not just a lot of things, our user controller and password controller. We need to initialize those two things. Final username controller is going to be text edit controller. We are going to initialize the same thing for password controller. It's going to be text edit controller, and we are going to initialize our final key, form key. Form should final form key. Form key is going to be initialized with global key, and we are going to add form state. That's how we are going to initialize our form key. It's going to help us to reset anything. If you like to reset a text or state, you can reset it. That is the purpose. After initializing it, let's create something else. We are going to return not just container, block consumer. out, and let's import our block and flutter block for block consumer, and let's implement it. The first thing we need to check is if our state is successful or not. If it's not successful, means it's going to be out error. What happened to if we got out error state? At this time, we are going to do is we are going to send some notification by using Flutter scaffold messenger dot off context dot show some snack bar. Snack bar is going to accept parameters. The first thing is content. Our content is going to be text, and this text is going to be state.message. That is our error message. Oh, our block consumer should be closed with semicolon. Let's format this thing. After that, what happens if it's successful? Successful means state is success. Login success. If you are successfully logged in, the first thing we need to do is the same as like out error. We are going to sending some notification. Scaffold messenger dot off context show some snack bar snack. Oh my god, our content is going to be the same as out here. It's going to be text, but at this time it's going to be just a string. Logged in successfully. The first thing we need to do is this, plus we need to add a duration for both of things. It's going to be const duration. Our duration is going to be measured by second, and it's going to be 4 seconds. The same thing with this. We are going to add duration. Let's remove this const and let's add it for our parent to apply for both content and the duration. That's all we need. And the next thing we need to do is if our login success state is successfully, we need to navigate to another page. To do that, what we are going to do is context dot go. We are going to call routes dot out. This thing is not created at this time, but we are going to create it. This router. Let's create our router inside core. Let's create router folder and routers dot class routers is going to accept static list home. Going to be empty slash, and for another thing it's going to be out is going to be out. That's how we are going to build our route, but the main route is not created. Router dot let's create our main router. Our main router is going to be final go route route is going to be go route. Inside our go route, it's going to accept, oh, not going to be router. Where is router? Yeah, it's going to accept some routes, and we need to close with semicolon. Our route is going to be route base, and let's open some go route path. Not route. This one is router, and our path is going to be route routers dot home. Routers is not imported. Let me copy paste. If I misspell it, yeah. It's not going to be path, but we need to builder. For our builder, it's going to be home page. Yeah, that's all about how to create a route. We need to create another route for out, and out page. We should const both of const. Same thing. We need to const both things, and let's route this one. Oh my god. Oh, routers. Not routers. Okay. If you are successfully logged in, like you are going to navigate to this router or this page. I think our homepage is not complicated, just a text. Show you. After that, what we need to do is, of course, we need to build. Before building, we need to check something. If the state is loading, we are going to show some circular progress indicator. Return const. Yeah. Center. Center is going to accept some child, and circular progress indicator. If our state is loading, as if state is out error, we are going to return some pages. This page is not created. Login form. Let's create that thing. Column. Return column. It's going to accept some children's, and let's build our page. That's how we are going to consume our block. Inside our column, we need to do is we just need to create like this welcome page. Then we need to create those two input boxes. Let's create those things separately. Inside our widget, let's create show welcome message. Message dot inside that place. Let's create stateless widget. Show welcome message. Then we need to initialize something. Final string is going to be welcome message. And we need to create our label text. Oh my god, label. Oh, okay, out message. It's not going to be label text. Label text is inside our input box. And let's add those things inside our constructor. This dot welcome message, and it's going to accept some string. Our string is going to be well come back. This dot out message is going to accept another string. This string is going to be sign in with your account. Oh, that's all we need to do it to build our constructor. Then let's edit our this text and build it inside our builder. Then we are going to return column children. Inside our children, let's install those texts. This text is going to be welcome message, and let's style it a little bit. Let's call text style font size. This font size is going to be 24. Another thing we need to do is let's color it up color dot dark blue is going to be great for this one. Let's save it and let's watch what we are doing it. Okay, let's add another text and we are going to integrate with our login component, and we are going to watch it in here. Let's create text message. Let's style it with text style font size is going to be 40. Up color to dark blue. Okay, I think that's all we need to do. Is there is nothing else. Then let's call this component and call it in here. Let's import it. Here is the text, and we need to move into the starting point of the column. And to do that, let's call cross axis alignment dot start. Yeah, it's nice. After that, what we need to do is we need to create our login field. Then we are going to edit it after creating our input text field. Custom. How to spell custom? Field dot going to be stateless widget and custom text field. Let's initialize another thing for our custom text field final. Text edit controller going to be controller. The next thing we need to initialize is our label text final string label text, and we need to add it in here. Required this label text. We need to remove super key for this one, comma this dot why should I do this like this? Required this dot text edit controller is going to be controller yeah controller. Then we are going to do it to save our time. Let's copy paste our validator. It's going to be regex validator. Then let's build our input box. Our input box is going to be return sized box. Going to take a height. Going to be like this, and going to accept some child and text form field. Text form field is going to accept a lot of things. The first thing is going to be keyboard type. Okay. Label. Label text. Going to be username. Text input type. Email address or text input type. The text is going to treat us like an email address, or when you are putting anything, it's going to change it to text. That's how we're going to do it. in our keyboard type. After that, we need to controller. Inside our text field, yeah, controller. Controller is going to be controller. After controller, let's decode our input box. Input decoration. Input decoration label. Label text is going to be label text, and we need to style it. Label style is going to be text style, and you can style it our label text. The first thing, the font size is going to be 40. So SP. Color is going to be dark blue. Color dark blue. That's all we need to do. Okay. After that, content padding. Content padding is going to be agentsect dot only for top 5 and bottom 5. Okay. After our content padding, floating label alignment behavior, floating behavior. Here is it. Dot dot. All right. And we are going to style it. Our input box with text style. Font size is going to be, when we are writing, it's going to be 60.p. Color is going to be dark blue. Color is dark blue. But we are going to need it. That's all. After that, we need to validate her. Inside text field, validate. What am I missing? Oh, that's the right place. Like validator should be here. Not going to be text field, text form field. Text form. there is a validator going to take a value, and for our value we are going to copy paste something. Okay, why don't we copy paste? Let's write it for you. If our value is null or value false, is empty, what we need to do is we are going to return some string says please enter our label text. That we are going to do it as return null auto validator mode, auto validator mode on user interaction. Then let's add this custom text field inside our login component. Controller is going to be user controller for our label text. It's going to accept something, username. Ah, there is it. Yeah, when you don't write anything, please enter username. That's what we need to do is for our password text field, we can copy paste because it's still the same as our custom text field. And also we need to copy paste let's remove the thing and let's add our color just like an input box. The only difference between is kind of have functionality for hide and show text inputs, and for our validator it's simply like you should enter some password, and if the length of the password is less than 60 and greater than 60 or less than 6 or greater than 60, it's going to say password must be 6 and 60, like between 6 and 16 characters. That's all it is. It just simply elevated better. There is nothing else in here for our forget password. It's just a text, and there is text plus there is no functionality on press function. Let's write our code inside our login component. Okay, inside our login component, what we are going to do is let's remove this thing and let's design it. After creating, we need to create sized box height. Height going to be 37.h. Let's const system. We need to create form. Inside our form there is child. Inside our child, what we need to do is let's create a column children custom text field for our label username for our controller user controller. Why should I get the red line? Let's add some key key. Okay, let's add comma. Yeah, that's what we need to do it for our input box. Then inside our column, let's add our password text field after this. Okay, let's create some spaces with size box height. Height's going to be a little bit small. And we are going to custom password field. Custom password text field for password controller. Then size box it's going to be 100h. Yeah, we got our text field. After that, then we need to create row. Inside our row, let's create children. Okay, let's expand. And inside our child, let's create elevated button. Previously, when I copy pasted the elevated button, that button is for sign up page. We will use it in the future. I'll show you when I build our elevated button. But for the next time, we are not going to do it again and again. No, we are not going to do it like that. Okay, I'll take a size login. Let's style it up text style color up color dot white. on press. What happens when we are pressing this button? Let's check if our form key dot current state not validated. Login entity is going to be login entity, and our email is going to be user control dot text. For password, we are going to do the same thing. Password controller dot text. That's how we're going to build our own plus functionality for this button, but it's kind of white. Let's style it our pattern. Style is going to be elevator pattern style. Let's change it into blue. That's what we need to do it. After that, text dot width outblock dot add login event login event login entity is going to be our login entity. That's all we need to do it. If this thing is work, perfect. Let's try to login it. Oh, plus let me show you in our data. I just changed it, but I didn't show you how to add this thing. Previously, I just put some random text, but this is our API. If you are sending some email and password, it's going to return as token. Let me check it. Test at gmail.com. Test 1, 2, 3, 4. It doesn't do anything. Let's see. Oh, our state is returning as like our token. Yeah, it's login success, but it doesn't navigate us into the next page. We will fix this problem in the next video. Thank you guys for watching this video. If you like it, you should subscribe it. Bye bye. Hey guys. Okay, let me remind you the previous section. Previously we tried to build our login page and it's working perfectly when we try to log in it, but we got the problem like try to navigate to another page because of if you can't grab our token and store it in our local storage, we can't navigate to another page. However, when we try to navigate another page, like we are going to check our local storage is having like that token or not. We are going to fix that problem, and our sign up page is not implemented. We are going to implement our sign up page. I think for authentication, yeah, when you are building those two things and logouts, our authentication is going to be finished. Okay, let's start with our entity. Inside entity, we need to create another file for sign up, sign up entity.dart. Let's create a class, call it, yeah, sign up entity, and we are going to extend with equitable, extend this with equitable, and let's initialize our variables. The first is going to be email, where we need to pass our email. Oh my god, did I get tired or I misspell email spelling? Final string, we need to pass our password. The next thing we need to do is we need to add full name. Is this going to be depending on like your requirement? Just just trying to duplicate. I just what you previously. I just showed you previously. We need to another thing, string, bio, and expertise. Expertise, and we need to create a constructor for those things, and we need to override it. I need to do it quickly because I don't want to spend all over your times, and this unimplemented is going to be changing into email, password, full name, bio, and expertise. That's all we need for our entity, and this thing is going to be const, that's our entity for sign up. When we are signing up, like, we need to expect something. What we are going to expect is user information. You need to create those user information when someone is signing up. If you are trying to log in, we are just expecting tokens at this time. Out user info dart. We are going to expect this user information. Let's create class like when you try to create a sign up, and out is info and this equitable, then equitable, and let's initialize our names, string, oh my god, string. We are going to expect full name. Yeah, our full name is going to be sent as from our REST API, and the string of email. This thing is our like required final. Oh my god, final string expertise final bio. This is our like required. The next two things are optional, or when you are working with like Dart, if you are adding a question mark before or after string, or After anything, image final string is going to be image cloud. Right. S is going to be, what does that mean? Means like these things are not optional. Those things are optional. When you're trying to sign up, we are not going to upload our images. After we are sign upping, we are going to create another profile page and we are going to update those things. That's why they are optional. And let's create a constructor for those things. uh, but our image and uh, cloud ID is not going to be required because they are optional. That's all we need, and we need to override all of this, and let's const this one, and this unimplemented thing should be removed and replaced by email. At this time, like, we are not going to expect password. Bio, full name. Our password is going to be encrypted. It's not going to be in here. Image and image cloud ID. That's all we need to expect from our API. Then let's move to our repository. Let's move to our repository. Before we're creating repository, let's build. Okay, let's create our repository. It's already created. The next thing we are going to create is future either failure, or we are going to create, okay, sign up. We are going to expect out user info and sign up, sign up entity, yeah, sign up entity. Entity. Okay, that's for sign up. We are going to create logout future either failure, or it's going to be void logout. It's going to accept token. At this time, this token is not stored, but we are going to grab it. For that feature, either failure, its failure means like we are not logged in successfully, or string, we are going to expect string get token. We don't expect anything, we just only need if our login is success. That's what we are missing when we are building sign up case or dart. Yeah, but let's create it with separately. But if you don't like this kind of stuff, like we can create it in just one file. But for the sake of simplicity, let's create this simplicity. Do, 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 do. Okay, let's create a class, sign up, and we are going to extend with use case. This use case going to accept some type. Our type is going to be user, oh, out user info, and sign up entity. That's all we need to create our sign up. Okay, let's create final. Let's call it our repository. Our repository and to be global. Let's create a constructor for this one. And let's override it. And let's implement it. Yeah, we are going to send our sign up entity and we are going to accept user info. That's all we need to create this one. And okay, let's change it to asynchronous and we are going to wait something. What we are going to return wait output repository dot sign up. We are going to pass parameter. That is good for our log out use case dot start and yeah, logout and get user. We are going to implement it together. Plus logout is going to extend use case. We are going to accept void and we are going to pass string. Okay, fine. Repository. Let's create a constructor for this one. Override it. Return. Wait. To create our wait, it's going to be asynchronous. Repository dot logout params. Token is case dot dart class get use case. We are going to extend use case For our get token, we are going to pass void and no params. What is the meaning of no params? Let's implement no parameter use case inside our core. Where is our use case? Here is it. Class no params. We are going to extend table and we are going to override it. And let's create final, yeah, out repository, out repository, get token use case required, those out repository, and let's override it. What's this one? Let's remove unimplemented and return wait repository dot get token. We don't pass any parameter, and for wait we are going to use async. That's all about for our domain. Okay, I think the time is not that much, but let's fix our data layer. Let's create our data layer. Let's start with our model. Where is our model? Data and model. Let's create out user info model dart, and let's create other sign up model.dart. We are going to create two models. Okay, let's start with our sign up model. Let's create a class sign up model. We are going to extend sign up entity, and our sign up model is going to require super constructor. I already decided. Okay, honest, and let's factor 16 factory sign up model dot from JSON. Let's map it with string or dynamic. What we are going to do is and JSON. I think that's how we are going to create it. Our model and return sign up. Sign up model for our email JSON email. For our password we are going to do the same thing. Password. Let's maximize our screen. For full name JSON full name. For bio we are going to do the same thing, and it's kind of boring task. JSON expertise. Okay, after factoring it, let's map it. Here is it. Map string or dynamic to JSON. Here is return, and this one is map. We are going to return email. It's going to be email. Okay, let's copy paste this thing, otherwise we got bored. Yeah, that's how we are going to build our sign up model. And for user info, like, we are not going to implement to JSON, but it's always the same. Or for, yeah, can implement it to JSON. Class user info is going to extend user info entity. Let's create constructor for this one. Let's const super dot this image. Okay, let's create a factory. What happened to this one? Out to the info model dot from JSON. We are going to map to string dynamic JSON, and we are going to return the info model for this one. JSON full name, email. We are going to do the same thing. JSON email. Passport. We are going to do anything. JSON file. And let's implement it with this one. And this implementation is not over. So here, comma, image JSON. Let's change this name into this one. You must see there size up. Where is our entity? Because it should be matched with our API. That's why I did change this name. Okay, after that, what we are going to do is, we are going to return. Oh, we need to map it before map string dynamic JSON. Let's return something. That's what we need to return it. I just copy paste it because like I don't want to spend the whole time with this thing. Need to add three things: get token, logout, and sign up. Yeah, let's do this thing. For our get token, before creating our repository, let's edit our remote data source, and also I need to create local data source. Okay, let's fix this problem from next video. If you like this video, subscribe it. Hey, today we are going to build our data layer. Previously we are building our domain layer plus our model inside our data layer. In this session, we are going to build specifically our data source and our repository. For our data source, our main purpose to create is our local data source. That's what creates it previously. What is the use of local data source? Kind of storing some constants or some data. We'll remember it without fetching from our server. For example, if you can store our token, you kind of visit our local data source, and if got like that token, okay, this user is already signed in. We don't do things like twice. That is the main purpose. Okay, inside our data source, let's create our out local data source. Let's create struct class out local, and let's initialize a little bit things. The first thing you need to do is like you need to fetch our token. To do that, void let's catch token, and get our token, or to catch our token we need some string of token. That's all we need to catch our token. The next thing we need to build is we need to remove our token. Void remove token. If you want to remove token, we don't pass any parameter. The next thing is we need to get our token. If we don't get our token, how we are going to catch a token? Yeah, the first thing is we need to do is like get our token. To get our token, it's not going to be void, it's going to be string, and get token, and okay, we need to catch our authentication user info. Okay, to catch user info, share wait fetch yeah, logged in user info. We need to catch this thing, but we are going to pass it. Of course, we are going to pass user info model. We are going to pass that thing out user info model out user info model. That's what we need to do, catch our logged in user. If you can't catch it, we need to get our login user. Okay, if you wanna get our logged in user, what we are going to do is out user info model, get logged in user, and we don't want to pass any parameter. And the last thing we need to do is like we need to remove or delete user. These three things are going to be important in the future when we are trying to build our profile page. What we are going to do, we need to remove, we are going to pass void, and yeah, remove logged in user. Yeah, those three things are not important when you are trying to build authentication, but the first three things are going to be important. Most importantly is like get a token and catch a token. Okay, after that, like we need to implement our out local remote out local data source. To do that, let's build the class. Let's call it out local implement. Going to extend out local, and we need to override those 6 things, but at this time we are going to implement only the 3 things, and the first 3 things we are going to implement it in the future. Okay, to get our token, okay, let's start with, where is it? Kite token. Here is it. It's going to be asynchronous, and let's remove this thing, and we are going to implement it. Wait. Oh, last we need to initialize our share preference to store our value. Not just share preference, but the first thing we need to do is like we need to initialize it. Share how to spell shared preference. Did I miss something? Share sh shared preference. Did I misspell it? We need to import our share preference. To import those package, let's install it. Let's import some package. It's going to be share preference, and let's create a constructor for this one. Yeah, that's all we need to do it to implement this one. And let's initialize our const to store our token and our user info. To do that, inside our core constant constant dot inside our constant, let's create a class. That name is local storage. Local storage is gonna be icons string token. We need to store token. going to be our token and static const string. Out user info is going to be out user info. That's how we are going to initialize it. Then we are going to call our local storage. If you are aware this thing, if you are aware those things, what we are going to do is call share preference dot set string. Our key is going to be local storage dot token, and our value is going to be token. That's how we are going to catch our token. The next thing we need to build is get token. Let's remove this thing. Let's create asynchronous, and inside here final token going to be shared reference dot get string local. We are going to get our token and store it in that variable token. Let's check if token is not empty or is not null. What we are going to do is we are going to return future value and our value is going to be our token. That's what we need to return. Otherwise, we're going to throw. We're going to throw we're going to throw catch exception. Plus, it's not going to be asynchronous if you don't use await. Why should I call it synchronous? Catch exception. Let's build our catch exceptions. Where is failure? Okay, exceptions. So that class exceptions to extend repeatable, and it's going to implement our exception. Final string message, and let's create a constructor for our message, and let's const this thing. We don't need to require this thing, and let's pass a message for our message. Catch exception, and let's override this thing. Not going to be it's not going to be unimplemented. It should be pass our message. I think that's all we need to do to catch exceptions. And let's pass our catch exceptions inside our through statement. Catch exception pass message, and our message is going to be token not found. If you can't find our token, how we are going to get it? When we are getting the token, we are going to catch our token and store it in share preference. That's what we are going to do. And we need to remove our token. This remove token is going to help us to log out. It's going to be asynchronous. And let's remove this thing. Wait. Add preference dot remove local storage token. Yeah, that's all we need to do for our local data source. The next thing we need to implement is our remote data source. We need to add something inside here. We just implemented the login data source, but we need to add our sign up and logout functionalities. Okay, to do that, let's add one thing in here. Feature alt user info. Let's call it sign up, and we are going to pass our sign up entity. Sign up model. Sign up model. It's going to be for our sign up. And the next thing we need to implement is our logout. This thing is going to be feature and void. Let's call it log out, and we are going to require is a string of token. If you got that token, you can log out it. That's all we need to do inside our remote. Let's override those two things inside here and let's implement it. Okay, the first thing we need to implement is our logout function, going to be asynchronous final http dot response to await client dot post. We are going to post our token. If you are posted, we need to pass three things: our URI, our body, and our header. URI dot parish. Here is it. Our URL, we are going to add it in the future. The next thing we are going to build is our body. Our body is going to be JSON encode. and we are going to encode our token, going to be token. And the last thing we need to build is our header. For our header, let me copy paste one thing because I don't want to rewrite everything. This is our header. Then we are going to pass like our response to our server, and it's going to be logged out successfully. If it's not successfully, we are going to do anything. Let's check that thing. If our response dot status code is 200, 200 means in server is going to be success. We are not going to return anything, we just need to log out. Else if we just need else statement and throw server failure. That's how we are going to log out. And the last thing we need to do is build our sign up. Build sign up. We are going to do the same thing like this. Let's copy paste it. Going to be asynchronous. And we are going to change our body at this time for our sign up. Our body is going to be not just token. Our body is going to be sign up model from JSON or to JSON. Okay, sign up model with JSON. Did I miss something? Oh, sign up model to JSON. Our header is going to be look like this. I think we don't need anything. Then we are going to check if our response is 200 or not. If response dot status code is 200, what we are going to do, we are going to return before returning it. We need to do is final response body. We need to store our response body in variable. To simplify it, JSON decoder, and we are going to decode our response dot body. Then we are going to use our response body. We are going to return that. How we are going to return that? Return out user info. Where is our out user info module? User info module. user, yeah, from JSON, and we are going to pass our response body, and it's going to be data because like our API is sending us with this variable name called data. I will show you in our API when I'm opening the API doc. Okay, after that what we are going to do is, there is else statement. Else server failure. Ah, that's all we need to do for our sign up. If we are building our local and remote data source, the last thing we need to do inside our data layer is our repository. We need to collaborate with this one. Let's initialize our local repository inside our local. Let's add required this dot out local. Then we are going to implement it from our, okay, for our login. I think the last time not working because of this repository. We need to add something. What we are going to add is our dun. Okay, let me get our token. Where is get token? Here is it. You got get token. Okay, try final token into await. Use await. We need to use synchronous. Okay, we are going to await out local source, and we are going to use our get token function like when we are using our remote data source, and we are going to return our token. Return if right means success. We are going to pass our token. Otherwise it is failure store in on. Let's catch exception. Catch E and return left catch exception or catch failure or server failure. Server failure. That's what we need to do to get our token. If you can get token, what we are going to do is inside our login. Where is login? There is the login. If it's going to be success, the only thing we are going to pass is just our login model, but at this time what we are going to do is await out local dot catch token uh ooh, out entity out entity rest of token. So we are going to do it. You can catch out token. Yeah, we just need to catch out token. That's all we need to do is implement our sign up and logout, and we are going to try it out. And our injection container is going to be red because we are implementing our repository. We are going to fix this problem next when we are finishing our repository. For logout, let's remove those things. Try final. Why should I use final? Just wait out. If you wanna use await, it's going to be async. Await local dot remove token. We need to remove from our local data source, and we are going to post our out oh, this thing is not implemented. We just need to remove it. Then we are going to return const right is going to pass null because we don't want to pass anything otherwise. On server failure, what we are going to do is we are going to catch an error, and if you got an error, what we are going to do, we are going to return left, and our left is server failure. That's what we need to do it for logout. For sign up, we need to do is it's going to be async. Let's try it. Okay, final sign up module. There is sign up module, and to be sign up module, sign up module. Email is going to be sign up entity dot email. We are going to add everything. We are going to pass something like this. Okay, if you are passing that thing, what we are going to do is do final out user info module. It's going to be result. Our result is going to be result is going to be out remote dot sign up, and we are going to sign up module. That's great. Why this thing is not working? It's going to showing us like inner. Did I miss something? Okay, let's just return right. Inside our right, we are going to pass result. Sign up module. Working, kind of type of error. If alright, it's going to be our result. Otherwise, server failure. Catch with error. God, did I miss something? What we are going to do is we are going to return left, and our left is going to be server failure. That's all we need to do when we are implementing our remote. That's all about our data. Let's move to our injection. It's going to be SL. SL dot register singleton. Sign up. Use case. There is another thing for our use case. There is a logout use case. Logout use case. And get token. Get token use case. I think that's all we have when we are building our use case. Let me be with our use case 1, 2, 3, 4. There's only 4 use cases. Out remote. Let's implement this thing for our local data source. It is going to be local, and it is going to be local. And there is no such as client for our local data source. Our repo, our block is not implemented. That's all we have in here. I think that's enough for this video. The next time we are going to build our block and our UI, plus we are going to finish if we can for the next video. Thank you for watching it. If you like this video, you should subscribe it. Bye bye. Hey, in this section we are going to solve, or we are going to implement our presentation layer. Before that, let me review the previous session. Previously we tried to build our data layer such as local data source and remote. After that, we try to implement our repository. In this session, the main thing is to build our block, but to simplify some things such as in HTTP response, we need to implement it with customize, or we need to customize our get post functions. That's what we are going to do in the first step. After that, we are going to build our block, then presentation layer or UI. Yeah, I think that's all we need to do. Plus, if you are following us correctly when you try to log in, it's not going to navigate to one page to another page. For that thing, we need to fix this homepage with route. I'll show you how to fix it at the end of this session. But first, let's build our custom client. To create a custom client, let's create network folder. Oh my god, work network folder inside our core folder, and let's call it custom client. So that we are going to implement our custom client code in here. Okay, to start, what we are going to do, let's type dev going to be key value. Let's initialize this map of string or dynamic. What's wrong with it? Why they are showing me the red line? Oh, just simple error. Like this. The next thing we need to create is headers. For header, let's initialize this string or string. That's all we need to do. Then let's create a class. Class name is custom client, and our custom client include our HTTP dot client, client. But to access our HTTP client, we need to install some package. Let me import it here. That's easy. It's working. For this line, red line, like we need to create a constructor. We'll do it later. Let's create enable string of our token, and the last thing we need to create is our base URL string base URL. I think that's all we need to do, and let's create a constructor for this one. This thing is going to be base URL and dot client. And let's set our token going to be a string value. Our token is going to be token. Oh, the token is going to be value. That's all we need to do to initialize our custom client, and let's implement our get future http dot response. Let's get our function of string and relative URL. Relative URL means like that thing after our base URL. Like our URL is look like http.com. This is our URL. Then after URL we need to add slash, and if you like call it login. This slash login is going to be our relative URL, and the first HTTP request HTTP URL is going to be our base URL. That's the meaning of relative URL. Done. What you are going to do, relative URL, okay, key value, query, alarms, headers, and be balanced. Synchronous. Then let's implement it. All headers. All this time we need to build is like we need to build not just authentication, we are going to build authorization. Authorization means header without header with authentication, and then we need to build or to pass some value with authorization. That's what we're going to do. Inside in here, headers, if our token is not null, means there is something token stored in our token. If the thing is matched with our barrier token, you need to copy paste this thing because I don't want to miss spelling error for authorization and barrier. I think that's all we need to do to validate our authorization. After that, we are going to return our client.get. Get is going to accept at least two things. The first thing is going to be URL. How to going to like push URL. We are going to call url.parish. Then we are going to pass some URL, and we are going to pass our header. That's all we need to get anything from a URL. Our header is going to be headers, and for our URL we need to add something. This query parameters with query params. This one is not going to be headers. Header going to be header with head. What's wrong with it? That's why should we see this red line? You don't have to watch. That's why. I'm going to work it at this time without. That's all we need to implement our get is authorization. The next time when we need to get something from our server, we are going to just pass our URL and our header. The other thing this is going to be computed with this function. The next thing we need to do build is our future. I'll spell future here. Future HTTP response for post function. Our post function is going to accept what we are going to accept is going to be the same as string and relatives URL. Then we are going to require key value. We need somebody, and for errors, error going to be const going to be async for our headers of header. Oh my god. Headers without going to be 1, 2, 3 headers. I think this is going to be similar with our get function. Then copy paste it and let's close it with this one. For return, we are going to return client.post inside our post we are going to pass three things for post. The first thing is our URL, if that thing is authorized or not, doesn't matter for this login page or authentication. The next thing we need to pass is body. That thing is changed into like a JSON by using our module. And the last thing is going to be like similar to the get function, is going to be header. There is nothing else we are going to do. URI dot parish okay, I just missed something. For this one, what we are going to pass it is, let's pass our base URL and relative URL. We are going to do the same thing inside here, base URL and relative URL. You don't have to add any space. If you are adding space, it's going to take it literally. What we are going to do, the next thing we are going to do is we need to pass our body. For body is going to be our body. We don't need modify anything for this one. For header, what we are going to do, yeah, header is going to be header with authentication. That's all we need to do to build our custom and post function. For the next part, we need to build our block. Before starting this block, let's implement our state and event. Then we are going to build our block. Let's start with our state. What kind of state we are going to add in here is going to be the login state. We need to add sign up state. Let's call it class. Okay, sign up success. Going to extend this. Yeah, it's going to extend out state. What we need to do for our state, we are going to pass out user info. And let's build the constructor for this out user info. Let's connect this thing. Again, compare it. After that, let's override it. Override it with prop. And let's pass this out user info. That's all we need to implement our sign up success state. And the last thing we need to implement is class user out state. That's going to extend out state. At this time, what is going to pass? We are going to pass string of token. That's going to be nullable. String of token. That's all we need. Then what we are going to do? Let's build a constructor. Of course, we are going to build a constructor. Honest, and we don't want to require this. It's nullable, and let's override it. And let's pass our token. That's all we need for our state. And let's implement our event. Oh, I think there is another state. There is logout state. I just miss it. for logout state, log out success. What we are going to do, we are going to extend without state. This time we don't want to implement anything. Let's get back to our event. For our event, what we are going to do, okay, build a class, sign up, event is going to extend out event, and final. Sign up entity for sign up entity. Let's create a constructor. Let's const this one. So that's all for our sign up. Another thing we need to do is logout event. Logout event is going to extend out event. And let's create a class for get token event is going to extend out event. Yeah, I think that's all we need to for out state and out event. Let's implement our blog. That's the main part for this project. Let's initialize a lot of things. If you are successful for this project, like we are going to implement our UI. Let's call it final sign up. Sign up use case. The next thing we need to do is final logout case. There is another thing. Final get token. It's not going to be event. Get token use case. Get token use case. For the last thing, what we are going to call it, need to call our custom client. Custom client is going to be our custom client, and let's require everything inside here. Here is my require. Okay, after that, let's implement it. Okay, on get token event, what we are going to do is get token event We are going to create a function for that. And we are going to create it. After this one, let's create another future value. Future void on a token event. What we are going to do, let's call it get token event for event, and we are going to call emitter to emit it as an out state, and we are going to emit it to be asynchronous. I think that's all we need to do. Need to implement another thing on sign up event. What we are going to do is on sign up event. The next thing we need to create is there is logout event. I think that's the last thing we need to implement it on logout event. Logout event, and let's implement it. Let me copy paste this thing. I'm gonna rewrite everything. Logout. On logout event, going to be logout event. Going to be sign up event. That's all we need. I missed something. I'm writing it. Oh, I don't think so. Why should I get red line for this one? I've made that. Why did I get like a red line for this one? Oh, it's entity sign up event. Now, then let's implement our function. First, let's edit our sign up success because we need to catch something for this one. If you are custom client dot out token is going to be success dot token, and our token is going to be resetted with our result. Our token is going to be success dot token. Oh, this token is not implemented in our custom client. Oh, it's our token. What am I missing? Oh, token. Okay, let's initialize something. That's not going to be final. It's going to be string. It's not just token. It's private token. String get our token is going to be token. It's going to be empty string. And it's going to be null. That's all we need. After that, we can implement our get token event, about event, and sign up event. Then we are going to implement our UI design. Okay, and what we are going to do is to get token. Let's emit. Emit is going to be loading. After loading, let's call it final failure or success. To await sign up using case. Oh, it's not sign up. Get token use case. Get token use case, and we don't pass any parameter for this one. I don't think so. Oh, we can pass no para. After that, our failure or success dot fault. Either left is going to be failure, and let's implement some function. And for our success, let's implement some function. Did I miss something? Success. That's all we need to do for this one. If this thing is fail, what we are going to do, our token is going to be null. It means like we can't get any kind of token, and we are going to emit const of user out state is going to be also null. What happens if you got success, or if you got token custom client dot our token is going to be token. Oh, it's not going to be token success. Token is going to be success. Let's call it this one in token. Oh, expression type void is okay. If this thing is happen, let me get back my use case. Oh, not this use case. Where is my domain use case? Get token. We don't want to be void. It's going to be string. Let's get back to this one and let's change it to token. That's all we need for our logout. Okay, let's implement our logout in the sign up event. Our logout, what we are going to do. Of course, we are going to emit loading. After loading, let's initialize final failure or success. Await what we are going to wait. Of course, look out use case. For our logout use case, we don't want to pass anything, just empty string, and it's going to be final. Okay, what if it's failure or success dot fault? Failure or failure or success. That's all we need for our block. What happens if it's fail? When you try to log out, if it is fail, what we need to do is, before that, we need to initialize our token is going to be null, and we're going to emit out error. It's going to pass a message. That's all we need. For success, we are going to emit or log out. About success. Then we need to custom client dot out token is going to be null, and our token is going to be null also. That's enough for our logout use case. The last thing we need to implement is our sign up event. Yeah. We need to implement it. Okay, for our sign up, we are going to do the same thing. We are going to emit loading. Then we are going to initialize failure or success. It's going to await what we are going to await sign up use case. For our sign up use case, what we are going to pass going to event dot sign up entity. Then we are going to fold it as failure or success dot fold. For our left, it's going to be failure, and for our right, it's going to be success. It's going to be success. That's all we need to do. For our failure, what we are going to emit, we are going to emit out error, and we are going to pass some message. That's all we need. For our success, we are going to emit sign up success, and we are going to pass what we are going to pass our success. That's all we need. Don't think we don't need anything. That's all we need to implement this one. Okay, inside this one, for our out block, let's add all of it. SL, and let's add our custom client inside our injection container. The last thing we need to do is that add custom client. For our call value, it's going to be SL, going to be custom client. SL and page URL. That's all we need for our custom client. And let's fix our main with router dot router, and for this one what we are going to do is let's remove this one. Route config is going to be route. Let's save it out. Yeah, it's already signed in because like our state is out something. Let me show you our state. There is our state. Let me restart it out. It doesn't show us anything. Okay, whatever they are showing us our thing is going to work it out, or otherwise we can implement some logout feature to do that. There is our home page. Home. Or we are going to implement that problem for the next video. I think our time is gone. I'll fix this problem in the next video. Thank you for watching. Hey. Last time we are stuck in this home page. I will show you why we are stuck in here, and we are going to fix our login sign up pages. I think this is the last video I'm going to make for this authentication clean architecture course. Okay, let's fix our problem. Inside our main, we are routing. Okay, then what we are going to do, let's fix our route. Our home route's not going to be home, because like our application is starting from home route. This is going to be out page. For out page, let's change this thing. I just implemented just article, and we are going to call it this thing article. Where is it? Article. This is going to be our home page. I know the name is going to be confusing, but you'll understand. What am I doing in? Let's save it. Let's restart it. Yeah. If we are doing this, let's try to log in it. Paste at gmail.com. Paste at 1, 2, 3, 4. When I try to log in up, like it should move to our homepage. First, let me check it. Something else inside our login component. Yeah, I just changed this thing. This change is home, but previously it looked like this, but I want to change it to article. That's all I was changing. Let me log in. Look at my state. It's already logged in. It gives us a token. Look at my page. Then let me implement some simple page for this one, and let me do a logout function. After that, we are going to implement our sign up. Let me remove this one. What we are going to return, block listener. Our block listener is going to be out block and out state. That's what we need. But we are going to listen. Context and state. Let me close with semicolon. Let's implement it. Let me check if our state is logout success. What we need to do, context.route, go to routers.article. That's what we are going to move. We want to move. Done. Let me implement my child. Our child is going to be accept scaffold. I don't want to be this kind of black inside of scaffold. We need to create app bar, and our app bar is going to be take action. Okay, inside our action, let's create a pop menu button. There is 3 things we need to do: implement our icon, our item builder, and when we are pressing or when we are select what we are going to do. Okay, Our item builder is going to be context, and we're going to return honest pop menu, pop-up menu item. Where is item? And it's going to accept child. Our child is going to be text, and our text is going to be logout. And the next thing we need to do is we need value. Our value is going to be just logout. Then we are going to do it when we got this value, we are going to log it out. That's what we are going to do it. Okay, here is an item builder. Here is the end of item builder. Here is it. Let me put some semicolon to customize it. Then what we are going to do after item builder, okay, let's put some icon. Our icon is going to be honest icon, and our icon is going to be icons dot our icons dot more horizon, and it's going to be accept some color to edit it. Our color is going to be black or dark blue. Let's call it with app color with dark blue. Let me save it up. Here is it. Here is the logout button, but if you are pressing it, it doesn't do anything. To overcome for that, let's do something on selected. When we are selected, we are going to accept value. And let's implement our on select. If our value is logout, our value logout means we are set it in here. If our value is logout, what we are going to do, we are going to do context dot, we are going to read it dot add to implement this. Let's do out block, and to add is going to work. Then logout event, we are going to call our event. That's all we need to do. Then let me press our logout button. Oh, it's not working. Let me restart it. Let me log in it. Test gmail.com. Test at 1 2 3 4. Let me log in it. Login is successful. Then let me log out. Oh, I just missed something. When we are log out, we don't want to return to our article page. We want to return it to our home page, because like this want to move to our login page. Then let me try to log it out. Yeah, it's log out perfectly when our logout state is successful. Yeah, that's all we need to do. The next thing we need to do is we want to implement our UI for our sign up page. Then we are going to finish this session. Let me close this one, and the sign up component. Let me build our sign up page. Okay, for our sign up, what we are going to initialize it. Is it stateless? Let me change it to stateful. I want stateful because I'm going to use some status. Then we need to initialize a lot of things, I think. Okay. Final. Let's start with like form key. Our form key is going to be global key. As this thing is not working. Should work, but it didn't access it. Global key, and our global key is going to be accept. I think it's going to be form state. And let me close it with semicolon. File. We are going to initialize our text control for our sign up input boxes. The first input box is going to be username. Let me start with underscore because it's going to help us to be private. Username controller is going to be text edit controller. And let me copy paste this thing 3 or 4 times. And let me change with password controller. This thing is going to be full name controller, and this thing is going to be bio controller, and we need to add another thing for expertise controller. Expertise controller. After that, if we are initializing it, then we are going to consume it. For this one, let me remove our container, and we are going to block consumer use. Going to be out block and out state. Let me import it. Our package for block consumer floater block is required. Then we are going to implement our state logic. If our state is an out error, what we are going to do, we are going to do the same as our login. We are going to send a notification using Schofield Messenger. Schofield Messenger is going to accept.off context show snack bar. Here our content is going to be text, and this text is going to be state.message. Let me remove the quotation. State.message. This is enough for our out state. Okay. After context, we need to duration. For duration, it's going to be second for second. Let's const this thing. Yeah, I think that's all we need to do. the consumer is kind of requires semicolon. For auto error is going to be enough for this. After that, for success, if state is sign up success, what we are going to do, of course, we are going to send some notification message plus but at this time it's not going to be out error. It's not going to return some sign up successful. It's going to be our message if you are successfully signed in. Then what we are going to do, we need to move to our builder and let's manage our state. State is it's loading. We are going to show them circular progress. Return const center. It's going to accept child circular progress indicator. That's all we need for login. After that, as if what we are going to do, as if the state is out error, what we are going to do, we are going to return show sign up form, sign up form, like when we are building our login page. Else if our state is sign up success, we are going to do the same thing. We are going to return this component, return this thing. This thing is not created, else we are going to return the same thing. To make sure it, let's close this one and we are going to return the same thing. Then let me implement our thing after consumer. Here is it. Let's create column. Our column name is going to be sign up form and it's going to accept build context. Let me pass something. It's going to accept context. Context. If it's successful, like let me just return empty container. I don't want to return anything. Just want to move to login. I want to log in after successfully signed up. After that, like we are going to implement our login sign up page. To implement this, we are going to return column. Column is going to be tech children's. Inside our children's, what we are going to do, show welcome message. It's already implemented in our widget. Here is it. For this one, let me call it cross-axis alignment. Cross-axis alignment dot start. It's going to be our starting point. Okay, inside our children, we need R2. Oh, this thing says like sign in user account. Like we need to change this one. To change this one, that thing is our out message. Our out message is going to be changing to provide credential to sign up. Let me save it. Yeah, provide credential to sign up. And okay, our welcome message is going to be just welcome. Here is it. Then what we need to do after that, let me give it space for that sized box. It's going to accept height. Our height is going to be 37.h double. Let me add our input box. To do that, let me create a form and our child. Let me add form key. Oh, that is just a key. Yeah. Key. Yeah, form key for our child. It's going to accept column. Children. Inside children, what we are going to add is custom text field. Custom text field is going to accept for label. We are going to add full name. Our controller is going to be full name controller. That's all we need to do. Then what we are going to do, of course, we need to size the box. Let's add some height. It's going to be dot h. Let me see it. Yeah, this gap is going to be good. It's 37, and I just add 10h. You don't see it until I create another input box for that. Custom text field for our label text. What we are going to do is it's going to be user name. Controller is going to be username controller. And same thing, let me add sized box. I got both of writing this. Let me copy paste it. Because just a lot. For this one, sized box, it's going to be 10.h, and let me give comma. It's not going to be full name. For this one, what we are going to do is going to be password, and it's going to be password controller. Password controller. This is going to be bio, and going to be bio controller. Let me add another thing, and h. It's going to be expertise. This, I think that's all we need to do for this one. We got all input boxes. Then what we are going to do after creating this thing, okay, let me give it space to create our button, because we need to create a button, sign up button. Let me give them sized, boxed, and to accept height, and it's going to be 90 RH. I think that's enough. Then let's move out from okay, let me create row. Inside our row, it's going to accept children. Okay, let me expand this thing. I don't think it's going to accept this like this. Let me try to expand. Yeah, it's here. It's going to be child. Our child is going to be elevated button. Elevated button is going to accept child and on press. For on press, let me do it just an empty function. And for another thing, what we are going to do is we need child. For this child, it's going to be text, const text, and it's set sign up. I think that's all we need. Here is it, our sign up, but let me grab a little bit higher, like it's going to be 50. Yeah. Then we need to add style for our button. Where is our int? Here is it. Style, elevated button style. It should be blue, but this color is going to be white. Style, text style, our text style for color, up color, dot white. That's all we need to do. It's going to be white. Yeah, that's all for on press. Let me implement it. If our keyframe form key dot current, not current state, it's not validate, sign up module, and to be sign up module, and let's initialize sign up module. What we are going to do is we are going to give them every controller for it. This one is for our email. We are going to give them user controller dot text. For password, the same thing. Password controller dot text. For full name controller dot text. For bio controller dot text. For expertise dot text. Let me close it with semicolon. Yeah, think that's all for this one. After that, what we need to do is we need to context dot read for creating let's call an out block, because we are going to use out block dot add. What we are going to add is going to be sign up event. Sign up event. Yeah, inside this one, sign up event's going to accept sign up module. Here is sign up module. Did I miss something? Why should I get the red line? Sign up event, we just add it perfectly. Why should I get always some errors when I'm implementing this? Yeah, we just read it out block and we just call it sign up event, and we pass it just sign up module. That's all. I did it. Yeah, you can't do like this if that thing is not working. That's all. If you want to try to sign up it, like, we need to go back to our remote data source and we need to add our URL, but our URL or our REST URL is not implemented right now. But if you guys are implemented RESTful API, you can test it out. It's going to be working like login. The next time I'm going to make is a CRUD application depending on this authentication page. That's all I'm going to do. Thank you guys for being with me. Bye bye.